different format today. So we got a combination of Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35 out on the grid. And this is Heat A. We don't normally run heats, but this is part of the new trial. So Heat A, Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35. 8 laps. I'm just waiting for the grid to form up a little bit more before I start running through. So as I run through the grid, what I'll do is give the race number and driver, but what actual formula they're running. So we've got a mixture of Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35. So I'll pulse it, they're just coming through. So a pole sitter is on the grease in a Formula 50, and she's only just re-qualified out of novices, having to go through quick re-qualification, and she suddenly found herself in pole position. So these, I think these numbers have been called out random, hence why she's in pole position. In second spot, another Formula 50, 72, and that is Kian Olner. Third spot we're still waiting for, that should be 86, and that's Mikey Lambert. But, okay, the craft is out of action. Fourth on the front row is Zoe Deakin in the Formula 35, 171. Second row, we got number 51, Georgia Olner, that's a Formula 50. Alongside her is a 144, Richard Pound in a Formula 3. Then we got 168. I'm trying to think who that is. Laura Turnbull in 168 in a Formula 3. Row 3, 43. That's a Formula 50, and that's Josh Morales. Then we got number 50, and that's Richard Wellington, Formula 50. Then 108, and that is, well, it's either going to be Dan or Adam Turnbull. That's in the Formula 3. And then 147, and that is, 147 is Howard Ash in the Formula 3. Row 4 is 81, Nick Drew in the Formula 50. Alongside that is 95, and I think that's going to be Charlie Clark, Formula 50. Then 116, Serena Hackett, Formula 50. And then on row, where are we, 5 is 89, Peter Symes Thompson in a Formula 50. So we're coming up to the start now very soon. We're going to go on to the 2-minute board. Right, so the only time you'll see the craft in that position is at the actual start. So that grid is separate from the actual main racetrack. They'll come down the slope there. And, well, that's where the interesting part takes place. Right in front of you as they take that sharp, almost hairpin turn round the telegraph pole. And then onto the water, up the hill, across the crest of the hill, back down the other side. The way the wind is blowing at the moment, it's difficult to tell whether they'll get airborne coming down the hill, and then they'll take a turn just in front of us to come across and round that telegraph pole turn again. Right, we're on the 2-minute board now. And the 1-minute board's now just gone up. So the start will be on a set of lights just outside our view, behind the tree where the marshals just walked to. Well, a lot of smoke coming from number 81, Nick Drew. Hopefully that'll blow through as he gets off the line. Sorry, not Nick Drew, 67 on the Greaves. There we go. Well, the first one off is 72, then 43, 67, 144, 51, 50, 81, 171, 108, 116, 46, 168, 147, 95, 89. And already a tussle going on between the two front runners, and it's number 43 that's come out the winner in that battle at the moment. So Josh Morales leading the group as they go up the hill, and he pushed it up on his side. Right, here we go. Dan Turnbull making the move in 108 on 72. So Dan moving up into the second spot. He's now chasing the leader, Josh Morales in number 43. So it's 43, 108, 72. That's the first three. Webb 144. Oh, it's coming together between 50 and 81. Just past the chronograph pole turn, and they're both stopped at the moment. They're trying to get themselves out of the catch net in. 50, Richard Wellington gets back on track. 81, Nick Drew still trying to get away from the catch net in. Does it, but he's almost in last spot. So a disaster for Nick Drew, who are expected to be up with the front runners. So 43, Josh Morales still leading. Now being chased by Dan Turnbull in 108. Then, Kean Olner's got skirt damage front and rear. That's not going to be helping in number 72. He's now being chased by 144, Richard Pound. Then 46, 51. Then 147. 50, 67, 168. They're still coming through. 89. 116. 81, 95 and 171 still coming down the hill. Right, the challenge for the lead. Here we go. It's Josh Morales, I think, still in the lead by a whisker, craft length. 108, Dan Turnbull putting the pressure on as they come across the line. Who can get the tight turn? 171, Zoe Deacon's aware that they're coming up behind. I'm sure she'll move to one side. As they go up the hill, nose to tail as they drop onto the water. Oh, 51, Georgia Olner out of the craft as she came towards the finish line. She's all right, back in the craft. Back to the two front runners. Right, it looks as though Dan Turnbull has taken the lead. Coming down the hill, 108. Josh Morales dropping to second. Georgia Olner, 51, back on track. Right, so 4 laps gone. We're midpoint in the race. Crossing the line, Kean Olner, 70 still trying to hold off, and he hasn't made it. As they go across the line, 144 Richard Pound has managed to get past Kean Olner. With that skirt damage he's got there, it's not surprising. So our leader, 108, coming round the telegraph pole turn. Still got 43. Josh Morales is changing position as they go round there, but not quite making it. The back markers now playing a part in the race. Right, so going up the hill, just coming out of the water, 72 Kean Olner with that skirt damage is now being chased by 50 Richard Wellington and then 46 Russ Hudson as they go up the hill. Right, we've now got father and daughter there, exiting the lake. Dan Turnbull 108, daughter Laura in 168, she's been lapped. The last lap board is now waiting for our leader. That is still Dan Turnbull at the top of the hill. Right, so here we go, 108, Dan Turnbull takes the last lap board, 1 lap to go. 43, Josh Morales, still in second. We're still waiting for third. Long way back, coming down the hill now is Richard Pound, 144. And then 50, Richard Worthington just behind. They're coming in front of us now. He's in fourth spot. Right, cross the line, taking first spot, 108, Dan Turnbull. Second goes to Josh Morales in number 43. Still waiting for third, that's a long way back, just coming along the crest of the hill there, 144, Richard Pound, he's currently in third, but he is being chased by 50, Richard Worthington. So it's not done and dusted yet. Almost nose to tail as they come to the line. But it is Richard Pound, 144 takes third. Richard Worthington, 50 takes fourth. Fifth across the line was 72, Kean Olner, then 46, Russ Hudson is sixth. Just waiting for the rest to come through. 147, Howard Ash goes through in seventh. After a disastrous start for Nick Drew, he looks as though he's come through in eighth. Ninth at the moment, looks as though it's 168 Laura Turnbull, 10th 89 Peter Symes Thompson, 11th on Greaves, then in 12th 51 George Olner, then 13th 116 Serena Hackett, then 95 Charlie Clark, and then 171 Zoe Deacon. Well, give my voice a rest there for a moment. We're a bit croaky. Right, so forming up on the grid now, we've got a combined race. So this is Heat A for the Formula 2s and Formula 1s. Now I think it's going to be, oh no, not predominantly Formula 2s. The Formula 1 field was getting a bit thin on the ground yesterday due to a number of fans that blew, which is very unusual. So our pole sitter for the race is 119, Jake Trussler in a Formula 2. Alongside him is 55, Sue Oakley, Formula 2. Then 77, George Barnes, Formula 2. And then completing the front row, number 1, Conrad Beale in a Formula 1. Conrad blew a fan, thrust fan in the second race yesterday. No, first race. And ended up missing out a race yesterday. They've got it all sorted, ready for today. So second row is 81. Now I'm confused. That's going to be Nick Drew. Right, so 81 has just been out in that last race. He's coming out now in this race as a Formula 2. If I sound confused, don't be surprised. Alongside 81, Nick Drew is 68. And that is going to be 68. That's going to be a Turnbull, I think. 68. Oh, Dan Turnbull. So he comes out in a Formula 2 craft. Then 98, Maciek Uchman. That's a Formula 2, row 3. Oh, now is that Katrina or is that Dave Palfrey? They run as a team, and I can't see the driver at the moment. So it's a father and daughter combination. I know Dad was driving yesterday because Katrina couldn't make it in time due to work. So I have to wait and see when we get in the craft. But alongside that, 61 is 52. And that is Abby Beale. Yes, she's nodding her head. Thank you very much, Abby. And that's a Formula 2. So 8 laps again. So if you're used to, if you've been before and you're used to our normal format of the racing, we've jumbled it up today. We're trying something new. So bear with us. So what we're running at the moment are heats. So we've had heat A in the first group, which is Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35 combined. Now we're running heat A for the Formula 2s and Formula 1s combined. Right, we're on the 2-minute board now. Right, that's the 1-minute board. Alright, coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go. And we're away. And it's the Formula 1 off first, number 1. Well, I thought it was going to be Conrad Beale in Formula 1, but in that Formula 1 craft, but it looks like it's his son Callum. So Callum Beale up the hill first. Then Jake Trussler. Then George Barnes. And then Adam Turnbull. So the Formula 1's through already, but then the battles, a 3-way battle between 119, Jake Trussler, 77, George Barnes, and Adam Turnbull in 68. And George Barnes makes the move around the 24 pole turn, so he moves up into second. And that's leaving Jake Trussler now to do battle with Adam Turnbull. Adam Turnbull running down the hill. Number 68 moves up in the 3rd spot. Jake Trussler, 119, moves up to 4th. 5th is Sue Oakley. 98, Michael Uckman, 61, Dave Palfrey, and then 52, Abby Beale. So we've got two siblings out on the track. One's in first place, the second one is in last place. So Callum Beale, number 1, and Abby Beale, 52. And Callum, I suspect, in that number 1 craft, will be approaching and passing his sister in the next lap or two. She is running a Formula 2 craft, so performance completely different. So that's 4 laps completed. Halfway through the race now. Callum Beale, the clear leader, number 1. Second across the line at the moment, George Barnes, 77. Third, just crossing the line now, 68, Adam Turnbull. And crossing the line now is 119, Jake Trussler. Then we've got Sue Oakley coming across the line, number 55. Then Majek Uckman, 98. Then Dave Palfrey, 61. And there we go, our leader comes through again to lap them. And he's got past his sister, 52, Abby Beale, in the purple and green craft. Right, so the last lap board is now being prepared for our leaders at the top of the hill. He's just put the craft up on its side again. I was about to say first time, but it's the second time across the top of the hill there. He put the craft up on its side. So Callum Beale, number 1, comes through the line to take the last lap board. 1 lap to go now. And crossing the line now in second spot with 1 lap to go is George Barnes, 77. Then Adam Turnbull, 68 in third. And with an easy win, the Formula 1, number 1, Callum Beale, goes through the line and takes first place. And second across the line, George Barnes, number 77. And third across the line, 68, Adam Turnbull. We're still waiting for fourth to come through, and here we go, 119, Jake Trusser, crossing the line now in fourth spot. Fifth spot goes to 55, Sue Oakley. Sixth goes to 98, Majek Uckman. Seventh goes to 61, Dave Palfrey. And eighth goes to Abby Beale, number 52. Right, our next grid already pretty much ready, and that's the juniors. So juniors, aged 13 to 16 years of age, and they are restricted in what they can run. As a general guide, it is the um, Formula 3 specification craft, Formula 50 and Formula 35 spec craft. In pole position, 48, Josh Trustler. Then 155, Ollie Brand. Then 53, Oscar Lewington. And we're still waiting for 46 to come onto the grid. And that, I'm just trying to work out who that's going to be. It's either Luke or Tom. See if I can work it out. So it looks as though it's Luke Hudson. Oh, he's just appeared on the grid now. So Luke Hudson completes that front row. Second row is 24, and that is Joe Smith. Then 147, Nathan Ash. Then 86. My mind's gone blank. Ben Lambert. I've got his sister here who's lost her voice. She's just like, Ben. And anyway, then row 3, we've got 27. Oh, God. And that is Elliot Folland. Then 51. Now is that Is it Thomas O'Callaghan? Somebody give me a thumbs up. Is it Thomas? Yes? Okay, thank you. And then 67, Nancy Devlin. So these are our juniors, 8 laps. So all the races, apart from the Colts, are 8 laps. The Colts only do 6. We just found out that Ben isn't actually on the grid. So he's over there. So I haven't gone through all that of his sister trying to tell me his name. He's not actually there. Right, we're on 2-minute board. 2 minutes away from the start now. Here we go, we're away. So into the turn first, who's it going to be? Oh, a three-way battle, bit of jostling going on. And, well, who's going to be onto the water first? It's 53 Oscar Lewington, then 155, 48, 46, three of them side by side. And, well, nobody giving way there, but Oscar has managed to get through the melee and he's up the hill first. Then 46, Luke Hudson, Josh Trusser, 48 in third, then Ollie Brand. And we've still got two of them in the catch net in 51. And Howard Ash, oh dear, Howard Ash being pulled over the catch netting, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there. So 147 out of the race at the moment. So, change of places. Coming down the hill, Luke Hudson, 46 now in the lead. Then 53, Oscar Lewington, Josh Truster, 48, 155, Ollie Brand, 24, Joe, then 27, Elliot Follen, then Nancy Devlin, 67. Well, Luke Hudson, 46, managed to pull away nicely now for the rest of the field. Oscar still holding on to that second spot, but there's a three-way battle going on for that second spot. It's being led by 53 Oscar, then Josh in 48, then Ollie in 155. Oh, and Ollie's gone in hot into the corner. Just a slight bit of contact there with Josh in 48, but they got away with it. Behind them, 24 and 27, and their own battle there further down the field. Nathan Ash finally getting away, but I think he's a lap down on the rest now. Right, so here's we go into the telegraph pole turn. This battle between the three of them just opening up very slightly now. Not quite such a tussle as they went round the telegraph pole turn. Three laps gone now. Oh, 46, our leader Luke Hudson swinging wide, trying to get past 51 there, almost catching the catch netting. And here we go again, 53, 48, 155. Still locked in that battle for second spot. Josh Trussler is making the move, I think. As they go up the hill, he's pulled alongside Oscar, and I think he's made it through. Yes, he has, so up the hill. Or is Oscar fighting back? Oh, he's fought back. He's got into hot and too tight, and he's swung wide. Josh Russell is now through into second spot. So, Josh Russell in second spot, 48, is now starting to pull away. So, Oscar, 53, is he now going to have Ollie on his tail on this lap? Ollie has closed the gap down as they went round the turn there to drop onto the water. Here's Ollie now going to try and make the same move. Going up the hill. Doesn't look as though he's going to be able to make it. He's still wide. Not close enough to make the challenge. Meanwhile, our leader coming through to cross the line. That is 6 laps completed now. 46, Luke Hudson, away and clear from the rest of the field. And Ollie crossing the line, just sneaks through in front of Oscar. Is he going to make it stick with the back marker there? Yes, he does. So Ollie Brand now moving up into 3rd spot. Oscar drops to 4th. Then we've got 24, Joe Smith in 5th. And then in 6th, we've got 27, Elliot Folland. And crossing the line, oh no, crossing the line with 1 lap to go is 46, Luke Hudson. So 1 lap to go now for our leader. Second across the line at the moment, 48, Josh Trussler. Ollie Brand 3rd now, 155. Oscar Lewington going through in 5th in 53. Sorry, not 5th, 4th. So Luke Hudson, number 46, takes an easy win. Josh Trussler coming through in 2nd, number 48. 3rd goes to 155, Ollie Brand. 4th goes to 53, Oscar Lewington. So we got down to 6th, I think. That was Elliot Folland, number 27. 7th is going to go to Nancy Devlin, 67. 8th goes to 51. That was Thomas Cowgill. And then in 9th, 147, Nathan Ash, who had a disaster at the start. Never really recovered. Our next group up. Right, so this is now Heat B. For Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35. Those 3 formulas combined together in this one race. So Heat B now. So if I've got it right, the grid positions for this race have now been set by the Heat A race. If I sound a bit slightly confused. Oh, it's a reverse. I've been told it's a reverse. Oh, I'm glad somebody knows. Nikki Turnbull, our oracle, has told me it's the reverse. So we got the reverse positions of the first race. So they, yeah. It'll all become clear at some point. Thank you, Nikki. Right, I've now got the grid for this race. So in pole position is 89, Pit Simons Thompson in a Formula 50. Then 116, Serena Hackett, Formula 50. Then 95, Charlie Clark in a Formula 50. Then 81, Nick Drew, Formula 50. So that's the front row complete. Row 2. Now that should be 147 Howard Ash. His son's just been out in that race, so I think there might be hopefully just having a quick refuel and he'll be back onto the grid. Alongside him will be 108. That is probably going to be Adam Turnbull, or is it Dan Turnbull? I think that's Dan Turnbull. Then 50 Richard Worthington, Formula 50. Row 3, we got 43, and that is Josh Morales, Formula 50, then 168. Oh, it's going to be another Dan Turnbull. It's going to be another Turnbull. So, oh no, that's Laura Turnbull. 168 is Laura Turnbull in the Formula 3. Then 144, Richard Pound. 51, Georgia Olner. That's row 3 complete. Row 4, 171, the only Formula 35 out there, Zoe Deacon. Then we've got 86. Oh no, Mikey Lambert's not out there, I don't believe. Or is he? Oh, right, okay, so 86 not out there. 72, completing the row, row 4, Kean Olner. And then right at the very back, we got 67, Honor Greaves in a Formula 50. Right, just been some clarification on the grid at the moment. As I say, this is a new format we're trialling for the first time. So 46 is just coming out of the paddock now, I can see. They're just trying to clarify where that craft should be on the grid, because it's not showing on my sheet. Oh, 147, that was out as a junior in that last race, now coming onto the grid with Dad, Howard Ash. That's the Formula 3. So he'll be dropping into row 2 on the left-hand side as we look at it. So 8 laps. Right, so whilst we're waiting for just some clarification out, if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more information about the club, the racing side or the cruising side is active in this part of the country, lots of estuaries to muck about on when the tide goes out, then the main club website for the whole of the UK is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. You'll find the local branches on there and all sorts of information. That's your first port of call. If you want to follow us on Twitter, Facebook or Instagram, then the handle for all 3 of those is at official HCGB. Well, there seems to have been a bit of a conflab on the grid there. Hopefully they got it sorted out. Right, I'm going to pop along and speak to you, but I'm going to have to turn off my mic because it goes a bit silly. Right, looks like they've got it sorted out. So 2 minutes away from the start now. Now, if you haven't spotted it, whilst we're just waiting for this, the snack wagon, which usually is on the outside of the barn, is tucked in just on the left-hand side. So snack wagon, if you want drinks, food, it's just inside the barn there. Turn round, it's behind you, go in, and it's just on the left-hand side. There's benches in there if you want to sit down. So we're coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And it's 81, Nick Drew, that's off like a rocket into the turn first, followed by 95, 116, 50, 43, 89, 108, 147, 168, 51, 144, 72. Oh, 144 over the top of 72 there towards the back. And a bit of confusion down the back end of the field. 67 getting squeezed there on the Greaves. Meanwhile, our leader away and clear and avoiding all that kerfuffle at the telegraph pole turn. Starting to spread out a little bit now. So Nick Drew, he popped the segment on that front right-hand corner. Shouldn't be a major problem unless it gets worse. So second spot, Richard Wellington, 50, then 43, Josh Morales, then 108, Dan Turnbull, 95, Charlie Clark, 89, Pierce Holmes Thompson, 116, Serena Hackett, 168, Laura Turnbull, 51, Georgia Olner, 46, Russell Hudson, 147, Howard Ash, 72, Kian Olner, 144, Richard Pound off on the corner by the telegraph pole turn. He gets back into the race, but he's lost ground and places. So, coming into the turn, 50, Richard Worthington's big challenged by 108, Dan Turnbull, and can he make it? Well, still Richard Worthington, 50, just holding on to that second spot at the moment, but the challenge is on. They bump as they go across the water, and Dan Turnbull, 108, has moved up into second. Right, so Richard Worthington, number 50, is now under pressure from 43, Josh Morales, as they go into the turn, top of the hill. Josh has put it up on his side. Spun the craft round, he tried to make the move, went into the corner too hot, got it up on his side, and, well, he tried it, but he got away with it in a way, but is still in, where are we, fourth spot. So Zoe Deacon in 171. The F35 has now been lapped by the leader. Still 81 Nick Drew, but now he's being chased by 108 Dan Turnbull. Then we've got Richard Worthington 50 just dropping onto the water. He's still being chased by Josh Morales 43. Then a little gap to 95. Charlie Clark is being chased by Peter Thompson. The whole group of craft coming through now. 116, 168, 51, 46, 147, 72. And they're still coming through. 67, 144. And here comes our leader and, the lead two craft. 81 Nick Drew still holding on to that first place, but Dan Turnbull trying to make the move. As they go around the telegraph pole turn, he's going to be there. Chasing him now with 4 laps completed. And they're going to be getting in amongst the back markers right about now. So Nick Drew is going to be under pressure as they run across the crest of the hill. Dan Turnbull's alongside. They make the turn at the top. They're still side by side as they run down the hill. Now the back markers. I think that's going to be on a grease. 67 is going to be the meat in the sandwich as they come down the hill. And it's now Dan Turnbull through into the lead in 108. 81 Nick Drew dropping the second. 168. Laura Turnbull has pulled off. I think she's lost her rudder system. And 116 Serena Hackett into the catch netting down by the telegraph pole turn. So it looks as though possibly Serena and Laura have got tangled up there as they've gone round the corner. So Laura Turnbull, 168, got the rudders reconnected. She's back on track. Serena Hackett, she's out of the race by the looks of it. She's been pulled to one side. Back to the front runners. So 108 just dropping onto the water. Dan Turnbull is now opening up a small lead on Nick Drew, number 81. Then 50 Richard Worthington in third. 43 Josh Morales just exited the water now in fourth. Right, so the last lap board is now out. So half a lap to go now for our leaders at the top of the hill. And 108, Dan Turnbull takes the win. Second goes to Nick Drew, 81. Third goes to number 50, Richard Worthington. Fourth goes to Josh Morales, 43. After that, I'm not sure. My lap scorer has lost it during that race. Unfortunately, we don't have a backup, so she's gone to confer with race control. Right, so that was Heat B for Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35. We're now going into Heat B for Formula 2 and 1. Right, so in pole position, we got number 52. That looks so like it's Aaron Sutton this time. And alongside 61, I've got a sneaky suspicion that might be Katrina Palfrey this time, I'm not sure. So we do have quite a lot of these craft runners teams. And to be honest, that team of two could be any combination. Husband, wife, father, daughter, mother, and son, aunties, uncles, you name it, there's probably, we've got it. And as you've realised from hearing all the names, the men, the women, the boys and girls, all race on an equal footing. We've done that for many years. Right, let's go through the rest of the grid. So I did second spot, didn't I? 61. I think that's Katrina Palfrey. Third spot, 98, Marcek Uchman. Then 68, Adam Turnbull. That's front row complete. Then it's Nick, 81. I think that's going to be Nick Drew, who's just out in that last race. So he may be coming back out again, not sure. Then we've got the only Formula 1, true Formula 1 on row 2, number 1. The drivers have just been shown the 2-minute board plus a hold, so there's a small delay somewhere. Completing row 2 is 77, George Barnes. Row 3, we've got 55, Sue Oakley. That's a husband-wife combination. And then 119, Jake Trussler. Right, we've now gone back onto the 2-minute board. So 8 laps. So we've got 3 more races after this one before we go for a break. All things being equal, you'll be able to come into the paddock and have a look around at that point. But for safety reasons, we keep everybody out of the paddock whilst the racing is underway. So George Barnes, 77, has come out as a late starter, so he will start from the back of the grid. And although he's there, it looks as though he may still have an issue. No, they're just checking his lanyards. So lanyard is a safety device. It's a cord that goes from the driver, could be on their wrist, could be on their life jacket. That's one end of the cord, and the other end, it goes to a switch. So in the event of the driver coming out, the switch or switches get pulled off automatically and the engines stop. so the craft doesn't go flying off without them. And that is checked when they come onto the grid. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And it's Adam Turnbull into the turn first, number 68, and then a tussle, and it's 119, 98, 52, 61, 1, 55, 77. I'm pretty sure that order's going to change as they run up the hill and run across the top, but our leader at the moment, clear leader, is Adam Turnbull, 68, followed by Jake Trussler, 119, and there's our Formula One, number 1. And I've yet to find out which driver it is, whether it's father or son. I'll probably spot as they come across the line. And that looks like Conrad Bill in number 1. So he moves up in the second spot, then 119, 98, 77, 55, 52, 61. Well, that order just changing as they go around the telegraph pole turn there. Right, so our leader, the Formula 2, Adam Turnbull's now got the Formula 1 chasing him down. Right, as they go through the water, this is where you'll probably see the Formula 1 extend his legs and out-drag him up the hill, but not quite. He's still holding station, waiting for a better moment to make the move. As they run across the crest of the hill there, it's still 68, followed by 1. Third spot is now George Barnes, 77, then Jake Truster, 119. Then 98, Maciek Uchman, then 55, Stuart Oakley, 61, Dave Palfrey. And then 52, Aaron Sutton. Again, nose to tail, the two front runners as they go around that telegraph pole turn. As Conrad made it this time, he's round the outside. There we go. Number 1. Oh, he puts the craft up on his side. Scrubs a bit of his speed off, but he's still holding on to that first spot. So Conrad Beal in that Formula 1 now goes into the lead. 68, Adam Turnbull in second. Third, George Barnes, 77. Now, can George close that gap down? He's way down the field at the start. We're now midpoint in the race, so still 4 more laps to go. Can George Barnes, 77, close that gap down onto Adam Turnbull, number 68? Our leader going around the telegraph pole turn there, now caught the tail enders. 52, Aaron Sutton, about to be picked off as they come out of the pond. 68, Adam Turnbull in third. I'm trying to look back now. The gap, I think, may be closing. George Barnes is closing that gap down, and we got a craft roll to the top of the hill. I can't see which one it is, but a craft rolled at the top of the hill. Oh, it's Aaron Sutton. 52, Aaron Sutton. He's looks like the driver's up. Right. George Barnes, 77. Yeah, he's closing that gap down very slowly. He's only got 2 more laps to go. I'm not sure that he's going to close the gap down, but Aaron Sutton, from what I can gather, that's the second time he's rolled it up the top of the hill there. So the last lap balled it up for our leader. The leader comes through. Number 1, Conrad Bill in that Formula 1. Oh, we've lost Adam Turnbull. So second is now George Barnes coming around the telegraph pole turn. Adam Turnbull back on track. I'm not sure what happened, but it was just outside my view. Whether he got it airborne up there, I'm not sure. But Adam Turnbull dropping from second. Yeah, we're just waiting. I think third is now Jake Trussler. 119 has just gone past us. And Adam Turnbull, 68, is now in fourth, but potentially has got the 1 lap to go to try and catch Jake Trussler. Meanwhile, leader has gone through. Number 1, Conrad Bill wins the race. George Barnes, 77, comes through in second. Right, third spot is still up for grabs. Jake Trussler now is now being chased by Adam Turnbull as they run down the hill. This could be a dive for the line. And Adam's got past him. The run down the hill, Adam Turnbull has got back up in the third spot. So Adam Turnbull, 68, comes through for third. Fourth goes to 119, Jake Trussler. Fifth will go to 98, Majek Uckman. And sixth, right behind, is 55, Sue Oakley. Seventh is 61, Dave Palfrey. And then 52, Aaron Sutton, who rolled the craft, will come through in eighth. Well, our next group already up on the grid, the Colts, but for those of you who've been before, you'll know that the top of the hill there is quite notorious for the craft getting airborne. It's deceptive when you look at it from here, but the craft run up the hill, and as they get to that top of the hill, it drops away dramatically the other side. So there's a very fine line of being on the hill or down the hill, and the wind comes up. Yeah, they're looking at the flag here. The wind direction is such that the wind is coming up the hill from the other side. Of course, as the craft go into the turn to run along the crest, the wind comes up underneath the craft, and it's very easy up and over and gone without you having a chance to blink your eye. So, our Colts. They are restricting what they can run engine-wise, even more so than the juniors. But ultimately, at the end of the day, they can only produce a certain amount of thrust. And so there's no point putting a small engine in and then tuning it to the nth degree, because you can only produce a certain amount of thrust anyway, and that is checked. So our pole sitter for the race is going to be the Pocket Rocket, number 44. So 44, Lily Elston in pole position. Second spot is 158, Tyler Reynolds. Then we got number 7, Maya Barlow. And then completing that front row in fourth spot is 153, and that is Emily Lewandon. Right, so we've got the Colt race now. We've got directly after that, we should have had a novice race, but we've don't have any novices now for this weekend. So the race after this will be the open Formula race, and then we'll be going for a break. So at that point, you will be able to come into the paddock and have a look around. I will announce that when it comes up. So whilst we're waiting, the all-important website that you need to have if you want to go away from today and find out some more information about the club, racing side, cruising side, where the local branches are. This weekend the site is being hosted by Charlie and Jilly Peach, and we've been using this location for a few years now, quite a few years, and we thank them for allowing us to do that. Obviously, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. The handle for all three of those is @official HCGB. Right, we're on the 2-minute board. So this is the only race now where we're going to do is 6 laps. And we're 1 minute away from the start. Okay, we're away. Looks like it's going to be Lily Elston, 44, into the turn first, but she is being chased at 158. Tyler Reynolds has come out of it. Oh, Lily Elston got it wrong, and she caught the catch net in, and she's going to get away last. Still nosed into the catch net. So, this is a turn up for the book. So, we've got 158, Tyler Reynolds, then 7, Maya Barlow, then 153, Emily Lewandon, and 44, Lily Elston, still to get away from down there. There we go, she's away. Now she's got to play catch up. Normally she's away and gone, so now she's got to play catch up. Well, 158, Tyler Reynolds with a nice comfortable lead at the moment. Second, just gone past that telegraph pole and just about to drop onto the water. In second spot, Maya Barlow, number 7. And then Emily Lewandon, 153. And here we go. Number 44, Lily Elston, now playing catch up. Only 6 laps, so she's got her work cut out. Right, there we go. Lily Olsen caught the back end of the field, and Maya Barlow's had to concede to Emily Lewandon, 153 there. So Lily has managed to get past Maya, so she's now got Emily on their sights. So Lily Olsen, yeah, she's not going to catch the first place, so that's way too far. That's just half a lap down with only 4 more laps to go. I think it's a bit of an ask for her to catch the leader. So Tyler Reynolds goes through. That is now midpoint in the race, so 3 laps gone. One, 5, 3, Emily London coming through in second for the moment, but Lily, number 44, now looking to try and make the move. Oh, Emily swinging wide, leaving the door open. Can Lily capitalise on it? Not quite. Just tags onto the back as they drop onto the water. Then Maya Barlow round the telegraph pole turn there, number 7 in 4th spot. So Lily Olsen still not managed to get past Emily as they come round past us. Let's see if she can make it a tight turn this time and squeeze through. She's definitely going for it. Emily's gone wide. And they're both trying to get that last little bit out of it. Emily just wriggling that back end across to push her thrust into Lily's face there. One thing you don't do with hovercraft is slipstream. The one thing you want to do is keep out of that air coming at you. Right, last lap board is now prepared. Lily is now closed down that gap, and they're side by side at the top of the hill there. And it looks as though Lily's got past. So Lily Olsen, 44, now up into 2nd spot. Meanwhile, leader's gone through. 158, Tyler Reynolds. Still with a very comfortable lead. So coming down the hill. 158, Tyler Reynolds. This will be his first ever win in the Colts, I believe. There we go, Tyler Reynolds goes through to take the win. Lily Olsen, 44, coming through in 2nd. Third is Emily Lewandon, 153, and 4th will go to Maya Barlow, number 7, who's just about to run down the hill. Right, so as the Colts peel back to the paddock, our next formula up, we've got the open formula race now. So open to all the main formulas now, apart from the novice, junior and Colts. Directly after this race, we will be going for a break. So any of you that wishing to come into the paddock and have a look at the craft up close, that will be coming up after this next race. I will announce when we get the paddock open. For those of you who may not have realised where the snack wagon is, if you've been in previous years, it's normally on the outside. They've now moved it to the inside in the barn. So if you turn around, look at the entrance to the barn, you see the picnic tables there, just on the left-hand side as you go in. That's where they're all set up in there. So if you want drinks, hot, cold, or food, that's the place to go. So looking down the grid, as the grid is currently sitting, it's a bit empty at the moment. We'll have a look through. So 61, the Formula 2 in second spot there, Katrina Palfrey this time. Third spot, the Formula 2, Maciek Uchman in number 98. Row 2, 55, Sue Oakley in the Formula 2. Coming through into pole position is 119, the Formula 2, Jake Trussler. Dropping into row 3, I think, is Formula 1. I think that's going to be Conrad Bill this time. So grid a bit depleted for this open race. We're missing 144, Richard Pound off the front row there. We're also missing number 5, 72 are missing, I believe. Right, we got Richard Pound, having mentioned he's not on the grid. He's just making it out now. So 144, Richard Pound, just coming out. And there we are, 2 minutes away from the start. Oh dear, that's not a good start. Jake Trussler, the thrust engine seems to be a bit reluctant to fire up. It's our pole sitter for the race. Oh, there we go, it's kicked into life. So 8 laps again, and we're 1 minute from the start. So Richard Pound, too late to take up his grid position, so he starts from the paddock exit in that Formula 3. Here we go, we're on the lights. And it's Jake Truster off first, 119, 98, 55, 1, 61, 95. Ah, didn't spot 95 there, and that is Darren Clark in the Formula 50. Oh, and we got a craft rolled. So the race has been stopped. And I turned around and I missed it. The craft must have got airborne. Right, just turn away for a moment. So I'm going to wander along here to the spectators, and somebody will tell me what happened. I suspect she caught somebody's thrust there. So it sounds as if she's caught the thrust there of another craft, and it's flipped her up and over. That's quite a powerful craft there, and she's fairly small in stature. So I suspect it was a bit too much, and it's lifted the craft up and flipped it over. Right, so normally what would happen is we would bring the next formula forward, but that clearly isn't going to happen because there is no race, because the break is up next. So I'm going to wait for the race director to tell me whether we're going to go for a break. We've got to obviously get the craft back to the paddock first. So once we've got the paddock cleared, once we've got the course cleared, then we'll open up the paddock for you to have a look around. So, once I give the all clear for that, before you start setting off, when you get into the paddock area, it is strictly a no smoking zone. That includes e-cigarettes as well. If you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft, and watch out for those hot exhausts. They can be anywhere on the craft. And well, obviously with the temperatures we have at the moment, that heat will have stayed in the exhaust, even though they might have been stopped for a while. So watch out for that. Usually the drivers are quite amenable if you want to ask any questions, unless they've got spanners and bits of engine flying everywhere, and then probably not a good idea to ask a question, but they're usually pretty good. Now, obviously the snack wagon I spoke about in the barn there, just poke your head inside. It's on the left-hand side. They've set up in there now rather than being on the outside. Now, if like me, this is important for some of you, if you like me, you are requiring a gluten-free diet, they can accommodate you. So if you're on a gluten-free diet like me, they can accommodate you in there. Right, I just had the message through that the driver is fundamentally okay. So, yeah, there you go. The sheet's gone down now. So I'm sure there'll be a few bruises involved, and hopefully nothing else untoward. So that was Sue Oakley that was involved in that crash, number 55. No idea whether there's any damage to the craft. We'll have to see when that craft comes back to the paddock. So we're just waiting for these craft to get back in before we release you into the paddock area. So after the break, we've got another full set of races coming up. So we will be starting, I suspect, on programme. So our next race after the break will be at 2:20. So whilst you're waiting, obviously that race was stopped on the first lap. So there will be a rerun of that race, I suspect, directly after this break. So I will get confirmation of that. But the normal format is that race will be rerun directly after the race. It will be a full race, having happened just on that first lap. Right, still waiting for those craft to get back to the paddock, just two of them now. But I have had it confirmed that that open race will be rerun directly after the break. So drivers, that open race will be rerun directly after the break. Just had it confirmed that we will be starting on programme after the break. So at 2:20 will be our next race. So if you're not coming down into the paddock area, then obviously the snack wagon is up here, just inside the barn. And it sounds as if everything's gone quiet down there now. So members of the public, if you wish to come in and have a look around at the craft up close, you're more than welcome to do so now. By the time you get down there, everything will be settled. Yeah, just one craft moving into position. Don't forget, no smoking. That includes e-cigarettes. Any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft, and watch out for those hot exhausts. Right, so now it's all quiet in the paddock. Just to confirm for drivers, that open race will be rerun directly after the break at 2:20. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 5 past. So, any members of the public, if you are in the paddock area, can you please start making your way back to the public viewing area in the next few minutes? If you're in the public area already, we'll be ready to rock and roll at 20 past. So, the craft will be coming out onto the grid at 10 past for the first race. That first race will be a rerun of the open race that was red flagged just before the break. Right, it's the final call for any members of the public that are in the paddock area. Can you please now return to the public viewing area? The craft will be coming out onto the grid in about 2 minutes or so. And that first race will take place at 20 past. And that will be a rerun of the open race that was red flagged before the break. Right, for those of you that saw that red flag just before the break, I believe the driver is okay, probably a few bruises. Craft didn't fare so well, so I think it's unlikely we're going to see that one out again today, certainly, and probably not tomorrow either. But the important thing is that the driver's okay. And that driver being Sue Oakley. Right, having trialled that new format before the break, which seems to have gone down quite well with the drivers, certainly made it more exciting. I believe we're now going back to the standard format that we normally run. So there's no heats in this particular block of racing. So it's a straightforward. We'll rerun the open race first, and then we'll go into the standard set of races, so Formula 50 directly after that. So if you weren't here this morning and or yesterday, or you haven't been before, as each formula comes up, I will give you a brief overview of what that formula is about. We range from the Colts, they're aged 10 to 13, right up through to the Formula Ones. So this open race is a mixture of all the formulas apart from the novices, juniors and Colts. So we got potentially Formula 35, Formula 3, Formula 2, Formula 1, Formula 50 out there. So a mixed bundle. Already in position is 119, Jake Trussler. Second spot is 61. That is Katrina Palfrey. and then 98 Maciek Uchman, and then ooh, my sheet is showing 144 Richard Pound. It looks like Richard Pound on the second row, but he's a Formula 3. So we've got a Formula 2, yeah, 3 Formula 2s on the front row. Conrad Beale, is it going to be Conrad or Callum coming out in the number 1 craft? That looks like it might be Callum coming out in the number 1 craft. That's Formula 1. So quite a few of these craft will be run as a team, and that team could be any combination you like, friends, family, any members of the family, husband, wife. In the case of 61, the Palfreys there, that's father-daughter, so daughter out in this race. So Marshall's now going through and just checking everybody's in position after the break. Now all the marshals are in radio contact, so if you do want to get involved in this sport, there's many ways of coming in. You don't have to race. We've got the whole marshalling team out there. So if you do want to get involved in that side of things, then you'll get supplied obviously a radio and necessary gear for hot and cold weather, or hot and wet weather, shall we say, not cold but wet weather. And so if you do want to get involved on that side of things, you're more than welcome. We're always looking for marshals, obviously lap scorers, we're always looking for as well. And obviously we have a technical team that does all the scrutineering specific to our sport. After all these years, it's still very much a family-orientated sport. I myself started in 1967. I think we're going out to the 2-minute board fairly soon. So, having told you about all possible ways of getting involved, the main club website for the whole of the UK is www.hovercraft.org.uk. That's the main link into finding about everything racing or the cruising side, and give you the links for the local branches that set up these race meetings throughout the country. Our next one is down at Whittlebury. And if you're wondering where that is, it's right next to, literally a stone's throw from Silverstone, the racetrack. So we're there in 2 weeks' time. Our first one was at Allerton. The other ways of getting involved, you can obviously follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. And the handle for all 3 of those is @official HCGB. Right, here we go. 2 minutes. 2 minutes away from the start. So all the races will be 8 laps, apart from the Colts. They only do 6 laps. So we're back to our standard racing format that we normally use. The first block of races today were a trial. It seems to have gone very well. So I suspect we'll be running that again, certainly tomorrow morning. But this afternoon we return back to our standard format. So a block of, it'll be 6 races. If you do have a program, there'll be no novice racing today. We've got no novices. They've all qualified up. So no novices on the program. So to reiterate, this is the open race, the rerun of the open race before the break that was red flagged, and we're on the lights. Here we go. Oh, somebody creeping forward. That's, oh dear, that's 61 Katrina Palfrey. Just creeping forward a bit. And we're away. So it's Jake Trussler in the Formula 2 around the telegraph pole turning first, but right through from the back. Number 1, Callum Beale in that Formula 1, sweeps through and past. Jake Trussler now in second spot, 119, then Maciek Uckman, 98, then 61. Ah, that's 95, Darren Clark. And I think that's 144. I'll check as they come through. Well, the Formula One away and gone. Still fairly close between second spot and third. It's 119 and 98. And then a three-way battle picking up the rear between 61, 95 and 144. Right, so this three-way battle that's going on at the rear is between a Formula 2, number 61, 95 Darren Clark in a Formula 50, and Richard Pound 144 in a Formula 3. So you've got a complete mix there of formulas battling out for the last spot. They're going to be caught very shortly by the leader, number 1, the Formula 1, Callum Beale. Well, you see the differential in speed there with that Formula 1 just sweeping past at will. That Formula 1 will top out around about 70, 80 mile an hour at full tilt. Well, here comes that three-way battle, still being led by 61 Katrina Palfrey, but Richard Pound 144 alongside 95 Darren Clark now, and he's gone for the move. So the Formula 3, Richard Pound 144, it looks as though he's made it up past Darren Clark in 95 in that Formula 50. So the Formula 1, only one other craft on the same lap now. So as Callum Bill goes up the hill in that number one craft, he's only got 119 Jake Trussler to pass, and then he will have lapped everybody. The last lap board is now out. Ready, well, it's being prepared for the leader. Hang on, we've lost the leader at the top of the hill. Right, so I'm not sure what happened to our leader there, but he's at the top of the hill. So our leader comes through, and 119, Jake Trussell now with 1 lap to go. The last lap board is now out. Oh, still that battle going on between 144 and 61 to go around the telegraph pole turn. And Jake Trussler takes the win, 119 in that Formula 2. '98, Marchak Uckman in the Formula 2 coming through in second. Right, 61, Katrina Palfrey is going to be in third, but she's still got Richard Pound chomping at her heels. She is going to make it through, so Katrina Palfrey, 61, gets third. Richard Pound takes fourth in 144, the Formula 3. And fifth goes to Darren Clark. And sixth goes to Callum Bill in number 1. Right, we have now got the Formula 3s and the Formula 35. So predominantly Formula 3s out there on the grid. I'm not even sure that we've got a Formula 35 out there now. Sorry, Formula 50. Oh, I've got ahead of myself. Yes, because that race was a rerun. I got ahead of myself. It's Formula 50. That's why I was confused. So Formula 50. So this Formula, get my head round this in a moment, is around been designed around the Rotax 503 engine. It's 50 horsepower, twin cylinder, air cooled, been around for many, many years. They have to run it in its standard format though, so no special carbs or exhausts, and there is a weight limit to this category for the all-up weight of the craft and driver. They're only allowed to use the one fan to provide lift and thrust. That's pretty much it. So pole sitter for the race, number 81, Nick Drew. Second is Josh Morales in number 43 in second spot. Third is Richard Wellington, number 50, completing the front row. Just trying to work that out. And I think that is going to be... Now, is that Dan or Adam Turnbull? 108. Dan Turnbull, by the looks of it. So that completes the front row. No, I can't see the other rows. I know Kean Nolan is out there on second row, I think. 72. Georgia Olner, so brother and sister out there. She's in... Oh, George Rolls in number 51. I can see Honor Greaves at the back. That's 67. Peter Symes Thompson, number 89. I can see at the back there. Right, on the right-hand side at the back is Mikey Lambert, number 86. There was a question mark there because he did have a problem with the craft, but he's obviously got it sorted. That's always good. We got 95 Charlie Clark coming out this time. His dad's just been out in that open race, so Charlie now coming out. And it looks as though he's going to come through onto row 2, I think. Yeah, row 2. Right, coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. Right, there we go. That's the 2-minute board going up now. So this is usually the moment where the drivers fire up their engines. There'll be a check by the marshals to make sure that A, they got their crash helmets firmly done up, not just plonked on their heads. And they'll be checking to make sure they got their lanyard fitted. Now the lanyard is a safety device that connects the driver to the engine switch or switches So that lanyard has either fitted round the wrist or the life jacket or overalls, and that'll be one end of the cord, and the other end will be attached to the switch or switches. So in the event of a driver coming out of the craft, that cord will automatically get pulled, the switches get turned to the off position, and the craft will stop where it is rather than herring off without the driver. So that is checked on a regular basis because there can be failures in the electrical system. Here we go. And first away is Richard Wellington, number 50. Is he going to make it stick as he goes round the turn? Nick Drew on the inside. As they pull away, it is still 50. Richard Wellington. Then it's 43. Josh Morales in second now. 81 Nick Drew. 108 Dan Turnbull. 72 Kian Olner. George Arona 51. Charlie Clark. Then Serena Hackett. And then I've lost it a bit. I'll wait for them to come through. So coming down the hill, looks like it might be a challenge for second spot, but our leader at the moment is 50, Richard Wellington. Still Josh Morales, 43 in second. Third is 81 Nick Drew, then Dan Turnbull, 108 in fourth. So a four-way battle for the lead. Then we've got Kian Olner, 72, George Arona, 51, brother and sister there. Then 95, Charlie Clark, 116, Serena Hackett, 89, Peter Sons Thompson, 86, Mikey Lambert, 67, Honor Greaves. Here we go, the run down the hill. No change of places just yet for the first four. Dan Turnbull, 108, looking to try and get on the inside of Nick Drew. Nick Drew's left the door open, and Dan Turnbull, 108, goes through, but it's Nick Drew trying to fight back. But I think Dan's going to make it up the hill first. They're still side by side as they go up. Nick Drew's got the inside line, but that may not be a good thing. Yeah, Dan Turnbull is up in the third. He's now chasing Josh Morales for that second spot. Still Richard Wellington, number 50, in first spot. Well, his first four quite a way ahead of the rest of the pack. Kian Olner, 72, George Arona, 51, locked in their own battle there, brother and sister. Then Charlie Clark, 95, skirt damage on that front left corner. Then Serena Hackett, 116, then Peter Thompson, 89, still coming through. 86, Mikey Lambert, then 67, Honor Greaves. Oh, well, I missed it. The pass by Dan Turnbull, 108 on Josh Morales, 43. So Dan Turnbull, 108, now trying to catch the leader, number 50, Richard Worthington. We're now midpoint in the race. Oh, George Arona pushing it a bit too hard. Right in front of me, she's got the craft up in the air, but got it back under control. Right, so this where it all gets a bit busy. The back markers have been caught. And Richard Worthington 50, still leading with Dan Turnbull 108, looking to try and catch and pass. Then 43 Josh Morales, 81 Nick Drew, they're still locked in contention. So that first four, not that far apart, but it's very much looking as though it's a battle for the lead, 50 and 108, and then 43 and 81. Battling for that third and fourth spot. There we go, round telegraph pole turn. Richard Worthington still holding on to that first spot. With 6 laps gone now, 2 laps to go. Nick Drew, 81 in fourth, still trying to get past Josh Morales, who's in third. They're running up the hill now. So the last lap board out now for Richard Wellington, number 50, still holding on to that lead. So 1 lap to go now. Richard swinging wide. He managed to get away with it. Dan Turnbull taking it very tight round that telegraph pole turn. Josh Morales, 43, just dropping onto the pond. Still got 81 Nick Drew chasing. It looks like Nick has now dropped back a little bit, so I think the challenge there has possibly dropped away with just under a lap to go. Right, here's the run down the hill for the 2 front runners. I think they're side by side, but I think it is Dan Turnbull that's taken the lead. The run down the hill, Dan Turnbull, 108, is going to take the win. And Richard Wellington so close, but not quite there. Led for, 95% of the race. He takes second spot. Third goes to Josh Morales, 43. Fourth goes to 81, Nick Drew. And we're still waiting for fifth. And the rest of them come through before I firm up. There we go, the 2 owners coming through. So Kean Olner comes through in 5th, number 72. 6th goes to George Olner, number 51. 7th goes to 89, Peter Symes Thompson. 8th goes to 116, Serena Hackett. 9th goes to 95, Charlie Clark. 10th goes to 86, Mikey Lambert. And 11th goes to 67, Nancy Devlin. Oh, sorry, not Nancy Devlin, Honor Greaves, her sister. Right. Okay, now we're into the Formula 3 and Formula 35 race. I'm back on track. So, Formula 3's up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. I think we may have a mixture of the 2 out there. And then the Formula 35, just one of those. That's Zoe Deacon, the purple and white craft on the right-hand side with a much bigger thrust duct. So that particular category, they run industrial 4-stroke engines. They have to be air-cooled, and they're only allowed to use a maximum of 35 horsepower in total. That generally is split over 2 engines. The normal choice is the Briggs & Stratton. So you may well see those on sort of agricultural type vehicles, lawnmowers, etc. So a slightly different format for that particular category. So pole setter for the race, 144 Richard Pound. Then 147 Howard Ash. And just dropping into third spot is Laura Turnbull, 168. And Zoe Deacon in that Formula 35, completing that front row. So just 4 craft, I think, in this race. Directly after this race will be the Formula 2s. Then we'll have a junior race, Formula 1 race, Colt race, and then the open race. So still lots to come. Right, we're going on to the 2-minute board now that we go. All right, we're coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go, we're on the lights. Right, 147 Howard Ash into the lead. Now Howard is actually running the 4-stroke there, you can hear the difference. He's being chased now by Richard Pound 144 and then Laura Turnbull 168 and then Zoe Deacon in that F35. Well, the battle is definitely going on for the lead of this race. Richard Pound 144 pushing hard. He's got the potential to pass Howard, but having the potential and actually doing it is not necessarily the same thing. So going to have to watch that one. Laura way back now in third spot. Zoe obviously the Formula 35 on their own anyway. So this is a race between the 4-stroke and the 2-stroke we got here. 4-stroke is winning out at the moment. So that's 3 laps gone. Well, I think Richard hoping there that Howard would swing a bit wider to cut him through on the inside, but not quite. Howard not going quite wide enough there. So Zoe Deacon is going to get caught up in this battle for the lead. She'll probably see them coming through and probably move to one side. Howard has got through a bar, so that's pushed Daniel back a little bit. So with 6 laps gone, Howard is still holding on to that first spot. Richard's still trying to find a way through. Oh, it's going to be close this time. No, Howard still got it. So 1 lap to go now. Howard Ash, 147, still leading. 144, Richard Pound still chasing in that second spot. Now Laura, who's in third spot in 168, is now potentially going to get caught up in this battle for the win of this race. If they catch her in the next half a lap, she could end up playing a part. Now, Richard's swinging well wide there. And he's lost some ground on Howard as they go across the top of the hill there. Oh, it's all going to be close. Is it going to be Howard Ash? Yes, it is. Howard takes a win. Richard Pound, 144, takes second. Third goes to Laura, although a lap down. Well, there may not have been many in it, but it was a close race between the two front runners there. Our next group up is the Formula 2s. So we're now talking about up to 600cc two-strokes, 750cc four-stroke. They're all two-strokes this weekend. Right, so in pole position for this race, George Barnes, 77. 68, just working his way through. Going to be in second spot is Adam Turnbull. Third spot is 119, Jake Trussler. And then completing the front row, 98, Maciek Uchman. Second row, 61, Dave Palfrey. Ooh, the sun's out. Bit of warmth. Right, we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly. So we're picking up the pace a little bit now with the Formula 2s. After this, we will have a junior race, then an F1 race, Colt race, and then an open race. So still quite a few races to come up this afternoon. And number 52, Abby Bill, joining the back of the grid there. The purple and green craft. So 52, Abby Bill, joining the back of the grid. We're now on the 1-minute board. Here we go, we're on the lights. Hammer away. Well, it's Adam Turnbull around first. Then side by side, 77 but 119, but it's George Barnes, 77, that drops into second place. 119 Jake Trussler has to drop to third, but our leader at the moment is 68 Adam Turnbull. I suspect George Barnes in second spot will be looking to mount the challenge. Adam getting the craft right up on his side as he takes the turn to run down the hill. Well, a bit of a battle going on there between 61 and the 98. Right, here we go, the run down the hill. Let's see what George can do this time. Adam has got to keep it really tight. If he leaves the door open, it'll all change. Oh, Dave Bowl 361 has overcooked it going into that turn. 98 mile track, F1 goes through. That's a rare mistake by Dave Palfrey there, and it was only a small one. There we go again, 68, 77. Well, Jake Trussler is going around there now. 119 is in a comfortable third. Right, here we go again. The two front runners. We've now hit the midpoint in the race. 4 laps gone. Now, 52, Abby Bill at the top of the hill there. She's going to get caught up in this battle for the lead. Hopefully she'll see what's going on behind her and allow them through. I suspect they'll get past her before the telegraph pole turn, but yeah, it looks like it. Oh, she's going to be in the meat in the sandwich there as they pass either side of her. Adam getting through nice and clean. Well, it looks like Adam in that 68 craft came out slightly better, getting past the back marker there. Jules 77 just losing a little bit of ground, but not a lot. Still that battle going on back here. I've just realised that it's changed places again, so Dave Palfrey, having made that small mistake earlier, has got back past, but then outside besides to go onto the water. So I'm watching two battles here. 98-61 having their own battle, and the two front runners also having their battle, 68 and 77. And that is now 6 laps completed. Right, so now the two front runners across the top of the hill. They're going to now get caught up between the battle between 98 and 61, but they're a lap behind. With the last lap board now ready to go out as they come through the line. This is it, 1 lap to go now. This is all going to get very tight. So 68, Adam choosing the inside line, moves through. George on the outside line. He's going to cut back. Is he going to try and go through on the inside? He's alongside as they go across the top of the hill. George Barnes around the outside. I think he might have made the move. They run down the hill, and it is at the moment George Barnes that is leading, but he's got to get past Maciek Uchman, who's a lap down. And oh no, that was close. George Barnes takes the win. 68, Adam Turnbull takes the win. 98. Maciek Uchman trying to swing to one side to let the two front runners through, but almost took out the leader. Oh, I held my head in my hands there. Oh, I think there were a few hearts pounding then for a moment. Right, let's look at my screen. In third spot, 119, Jake Truster comes through in third. Fourth goes to 98, Maciek Uchman. Fifth goes to 61, Dave Polfey. Sixth goes to 52, Abby Beale. Oh, that was close. Too close. Right, so we're going to bring the pace down now, but hopefully not the excitement. We're going to go to the juniors. So age 13 to 16 years of age. They are restricted in what they can run. As a general guide, it's the Formula 3, Formula 50 and Formula 35 specification craft. So pole sitter for this race is Josh Trussler in number 48. Second spot is 155, Ollie Brann. Third spot, now, is that Luke or Tom? Tom. Okay, so Tom Hudson this time. Two brothers sharing that cross, so it's Tom this time in that third spot. And that's number 49. And then completing the front row is going to be Oscar Lewington, 53. Second row I can't see at the moment. I can see Nancy back there, 67. And is that Oliver Thomas Cowgill in 51, might be back there. Oh, Thomas Cowgill. And I gather 86, Ben Lambert is also there. So 8 laps for the juniors. Right, coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. Right, there we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. So it's the junior race. We're now on the 1 minute. 1 minute away from the start now. We're coming up to the lights very shortly now. There we go. They're on the lights. It's going to be Josh Trussell, I think, into the turn and round first. But no, Ollie Brand's got other thoughts on that. They're going to come out side by side. It's Ollie Brand by a whisker, craft lengths 155, then Josh Trussell 48, 53, 24, 46, 86, 27, 67, 51 and 147. Well, Ollie Brand pulling out a lead already over Josh Trussell. I've got a sneaky suspicion that might change as the race progresses, but Ollie off to a good start at the moment. So Josh Trussell 48 under pressure from Oscar Lewington there in third spot. Then we've got Joe Smith 24, then Tom Hudson 46, Ben Lambert 86, 27 is Elliot Folland, then 51. I can't remember whether 51 was Amy or Thomas. Thomas, I'm reliably informed. Thomas Cowgill. Well, the first three craft pulling away very slightly from Joe Smith, 24 and 46. Tom Hudson, those two locked in their own battle there. So the first three getting fairly spread out. I'm hoping that Josh Trussell, 48, might make up the ground to our leader, Oliver Brand, but I'm not sure now. Ollie seems to have the race under control. Well, the two front runners now open up quite a gap to Oscar there in 53, just coming past us. First three reasonably spread out now with 4 laps gone, so we're now midpoint in the race. 4th spot just coming through, Joe Smith, 24. And he seems to have opened up the gap on Tom Hudson, 46. They've got Ben Lambert, 86. 27, Elliot Folland. Then 51, Thomas Cowgill. And then Nathan Ash, 147, who seems to be struggling. He's at the back of the grid, I think, at the start. Normally we'll see him up at the front. So, 51, Thomas Cowgill has stopped just after Telegraph pole turn. So Thomas currently stopped on track. So going through the order now, let's see what difference that has made. So we've still got 155 after 5 laps, 6 laps now. The leader goes through is 155, Ollie Brand. Second is Josh Trussler, just going through the line, 48. 53 coming down the hill is Oscar Lewington in third. Fourth is going to be Joe Smith at the moment. Fifth, 46, Tom Hudson, 86, Ben Lambert, 27, Elliot Folland. 147, Nathan Ash in 8th. Then 67, Nancy Devlin in 9th. And that's it at the moment, I think. So the last lap board now being prepared for our leader. Still Ollie Brown. There we go. 1 lap to go now. Ollie still with that small lead over Josh Trussler in 48. Right, the run down the hill for the last time. It looks as though our leader's going to have a clean run through. Yeah. So Ollie Brown, 155, takes the win. Josh Trussler, so close but not close enough. In second there, number 48. And Oscar Lewington, 53, coming through in third. Coming down the hill now. Oh, this could be close. It's Joe Smith, 24, and Tom Hudson, but it is going to be Joe Smith, 24, that takes fourth. Tom Hudson, 46, takes fifth. 6 is going to go 86, Ben Lambert. 7th goes to 27, and that is Elliot Folland. 8th goes to 147, Nathan Ash. 9th will go to 67, Nancy Devlin. So our next group up, Formula One. Unlimited capacity, anything goes. This particular category, you're generally looking at somewhere in the region of 180 to 220 horsepower. So forget the CC. We're now talking about grunt. And on top of that, they will have a lift engine as well. 0 to 60, they will out-accelerate most standard road cars from a standing start. And they'll top out at around about 80 mile an hour. Okay, we're coming up to the 2-minute board now. There we go, 2 minutes, and we've only got 2 craft on the grid, but there is another one about to come out. And that is the number 1 craft, and that is going to be Callum Bill. So strictly speaking, really the 2 on the grid at the moment are Formula 2 spec craft, but they can run in Formula 1 as well. So Adam Turnbull in number 68 is the pole sitter. Alongside his 52, Aaron Sutton. The Formula 1, the all green craft, number 1, Callum Bill will start at the back there. And we're now 1 minute away from the start. 8 laps, just a whole lot quicker. Here we go, and we're away. Well, having said the numbers of the craft on the grid, I forgot they changed their numbers for this Formula 1 race. So lead craft is 6, not 68, and second spot is number 5, not 52. I confused myself there. So our number 1 craft at the top of the hill, already starting to chase. That's Callum Bill. Right, I think you'll see the number 1 craft now stretches legs. Callum will now accelerate and out drag Aaron up the hill there. There we go. That's the difference in speed. And he'll be now looking to try. Oh, he's got the craft up on his side as he goes round the turn there. He's pushing that hard now. He's determined to try and catch the leader, Adam Turnbull. So there we go. That Formula One is now got the bit between his teeth. He's now closing down on the leader, Adam Turnbull, who I suspect will know that he's approaching. So we'll still be pushing or trying to push hard. But yeah, there's no real match for the Formula One of number 1, Callum Beale. Now, just to give you an idea, as they go up the hill there, they go over a series of bumps. If you were tempted to do that in a car going up there at that speed, it wouldn't go well. Right. 4 laps completed now. It's only a matter of time before Callum makes the move. Well, he's still sat behind. Well, Aaron Sutton in that number 5 craft is going to be lapped fairly soon. Maybe that's what Callum is waiting for to make the move. You can see the accuracy as they go around that telegraph pole turn that these Formula Ones, they go around there with such precision. You're really talking, trying to equate it to something like a rally car going through the stages that put the car into a drift so that when they go around the turn, they're in exactly the right position to come out of the turn and onto the straight. So here we go, 1 lap to go now. Last lap. Is this where we see Callum make the move? He's got the power and the oomph to do it. He's not made it yet. Out of it. Oh, there we go. Round the outside. Banked it up on his. Oh, that was beautiful. Banked it up on his side as he went round the top curve. Wow, that is driving. And there you go. Half a lap to go. Made the move. Job done. Nice one, Callum Beale. Adam, number 6, coming through in second. He didn't really stand a chance. And Aaron Sutton, number 5, coming through in third. Well, that was an amazing bit of driving there by Callum. If you were looking up the top of the hill and watching, you saw him bank that craft into the turn, kept it banked all the way along the top there, making that move. And Callum is, well, following in his father's footstep. Conrad, a former Formula One, UK, European and world champion. So, now we're bringing down the pace, but hopefully not necessarily the excitement. We've got the Colts up now. So the Colts, they're only doing 6 laps. They are most junior of juniors. For the last few years now, we've split the juniors into 2 groups, whereas we ran the juniors as a whole group for many years. Last few years, we've split them into 2 groups. So the Colts now are the age 10 to 13 years of age. And they are restricted even more than juniors. And at the end of the day, it's all about the amount of thrust they're actually allowed to produce. So there's no point in getting an engine and tuning it up to the nth degree because you're only allowed to produce a certain amount of thrust out the back anyway. So looking at this particular group, we've got in pole position, we got number 44, Lily Alston. Second spot is, that is going to be Tyler Reynolds, 158, who only started racing this season, so he's doing incredibly well. Third spot, number 7, Maya Barlow, and then completing the front row, 153, Emily Lewandon. So, in the last race earlier today, number 44, Lily Elson, our pole sitter, well, she got a bit tangled up with the catch netting and at the start of the race and ended up having to play catch up. She never did end up catching the leader, so she dropped a few points, but she's still on pole position. That's the main thing. That's the 1 minute board. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Oh, it's all very tight, but it is going to be Lielson. 44th into the turn first, followed by 153, Emily Lewandon, but 158, Tyler Reynolds. Is he going to make it up into second? Oh, it's all very tight there. Number 7, Maya Barlow. Yeah, somebody said, where's that come from? Exactly, she's up in the second spot. Oh dear, Tyler, 158. I think he's got caught up with the catch netting. Catch netting is like a magnet. It sort of grabs hold of you and doesn't let you go. So Tyler eventually away, but a long way back. So our leader, 44, Lily Olsen, away and clear. And second spot, Maya Barlow. Well, her father is a former, for many world championships, Formula S world champion. It's not a formula we run in this country, but his daughter's now taken up the mantle, and she's been racing in juniors last year and this year. And it looks as though Dad may have been tweaking the craft a little bit. And Emily Lewandon, 153 there in third. So Tyler now playing catch up. Well, he's doing well. He's caught the up the group. He's not that far behind. But they've only got 6 laps, so they've only got 5 laps more. So Tyler's got some work to do, but he's potentially going to catch Emily in front of him and possibly Maya. I think it's unlikely he'll catch Lily. She is away and gone. Oh, daring move there from Emily. Emily Lewandon, 153, has got past Maya there in number 7, but is she going to retake it? No. But 158, Tyler Reynolds is now onto the back of that group. Oh, he's caught the catch netting. Oh, no. Oh, Tyler, I do feel for you. Having made up all that ground, a small mistake there, and that catch netting grabbed hold of him. That's it. He's not going to catch up that group again by the end of the race. So Lily Elson now midpoint in the race. 3 laps gone. Emily Lewandon in a solid second. Maya Barlow, number 7, having dropped to third. And, well, here he comes, 158. Tyler Reynolds. Let's see if he can get round clean this time without getting dragged into that catch netting. Oh, he's made it this time. So there's a possibility he'll catch Maya, but whether he can make the move or not. Right, here we go. Tyler's caught up. Maya, lost a little bit of time there. Coming around the pole. So he's got 2 laps to go now. Last lap board is waiting for our leader to come down the hill. Still Lily Elston, number 44. We've got one more race after this, the open race. So Emily round the pole there in a solid second. Maya still holding on to that 3rd spot in number 7. Now, with 1 lap to go, can Tyler make the move and catch and pass Meyer in that number 7 craft? Right, meanwhile, our leader comes through the line, takes the checkered flag. An easy win for Lily Elson, number 44. And I suspect there may be a very happy Emily Lewandon, who's now coming through the line in 2nd spot. Well, he's finally got through. 158, Tyler Reynolds takes 3rd, and Meyer coming through in 4th. Meyer Barlow, number 7. So 1 more race to go now to finish it off today. Don't forget, we are here again tomorrow. Our practice will start at 10 o'clock, and the first race will be at 11:45. Now, obviously, if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more information about the sport as a whole, not just the racing side, there's a cruising side as well, then go to www.hovercraft.org.uk and you'll find out where all the local branches are and various activities involving the racing and cruising side. And if you want to follow us on Twitter, Facebook or Instagram, then the handle for all 3 of those is @official HCGB. So our front row is set by the looks of it. 119. Jake Trussler in the Formula 2. Alongside him is, I think, number 98, Marcek Uckman. I could be wrong there. 61, Katrina Palfrey, I think. And then 144, Richard Pound. So Formula 2, Formula 2, Formula 2, and a Formula 3 completing that front row. Second row or third row, we got, the Formula 1 back there. I think that's going to be Conrad Bill this time, number 1. And I think 95, Darren Clark's there. And we're coming up to the 2-minute board. There's another craft there, and I think that's going to be Aaron Sutton in number 52. So 2 minutes away from the start now. Right, 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we are away. There's 119 into turn first, followed by 98, 144, 15, 61, 95. And the Formula One already up into third spot. Moving up the field very quickly, Conrad Beale. Just biding his time. He'll pick his moment to pass the two in front of him. There's one gone already. Across the top, you saw the squirt of acceleration. Jake Trussler, the leader at the moment, will be passed very quickly, I suspect, by the number one craft. Not as he comes down the hill, so that'll be wait until he does the run back up the hill, I suspect. So 119, number one, there we go. One, Conrad Beale goes through into the lead. 119 now drops to second. Third is 98. Fourth is 144. Then 5, 61, 95. Well, our leader going through the pond there, number one, Conrad Beale, with 3 laps gone. I think he'll be trying to lap as many as he can on the track. I'm not sure he'll catch 119. Jake Trussler, though, is in second. Then 98, Mychek Uffman, 144, Richard Pound. So we've got Formula 1 leading, 2 Formula 2s, then a Formula 3, and then the Formula, well, it's come out as a Formula 1. Number 5, Aaron Sutton. And Katrina Polpy, 61. Then Darren Clark in the Formula 50. About to be lapped by the Formula 1. So 5 laps in now, 3 laps to go. So it looks like Conrad is looking to see how many he can pass on the track before the end of the race. That's another one gone. So he goes a lap down. That's Aaron Sutton, 5. 144, Richard Pound is going to be the next one for him to pick off. So, only 2 other craft on the same lap as the leader. That is Mychek Uckman, who's just got top of the hill now and not far away from the leader. The second one is 119, Jake Trussler, who's just coming through the line now and half a lap up, or half a lap away from the leader. So, Yeah, our leader's not going to be able to catch Jake Trussler to put him a lap down by the end. It's too much of an ask. So 1 lap to go now. Last lap board is now out. So 98, Marcek Uckerman goes a lap down on the leader. So just that one craft now on the same lap, and that is 119, Jake Trussler. And Jake is just crossing the line now, so he's got another lap to do. And coming through with an easy win in the end, number 1, Conrad Beal. Second goes to Marcek Uckman, number 98. Fourth goes to 144, Richard Pound. Don't forget he's in a Formula 3. Fifth goes to number 5, Aaron Sutton. And 6 goes to 61, Katrina Palfrey. And 7th will go to number 95, Darren Clark. So as the craft peel back to the paddock, that is the end of our racing for today. Don't forget we're here again tomorrow for another full day's racing. We start practice at 10 o'clock, but the first race will be at 11:45. We'd love to see you back again, so 11:45 will be the start of the racing tomorrow. And I suspect we'll be repeating the same format as what we did today, so that trial of the mixing the formulas up today, I think worked very well. And so we look forward to that happening again. Have a safe journey home. And if we don't see you tomorrow, hopefully we'll see you later in the year when there'll be another further event. If you go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, you'll find the calendar on there and all the information about the local branches, etc. And again, don't forget, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, and the handle for all three of those is official HCGB. Right, this is me signing off for the day. For those of you who are on site, and for those of you who have been watching online, I hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you all again tomorrow, hopefully.